All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our next WIOA Training Academy presentation that is going to be about supportive services. We're looking forward to this. We have a great lineup for everybody this morning. We're going to start out with a little role play from Northwest, and then we're going to go into a PowerPoint by Heather Pipkin and Miss Stephanie Blair. And then we have a panel of Dr. Claudia Griffin and Mr. Thomas Pittman, who are going to be answering some of your questions that you sent in to us through the survey. So we look forward to this presentation today. I will be monitoring the chat. If you have any questions, go ahead and put those in there. Don't forget to please mute yourself upon arrival. I'm trying to mute people as they come in, but just want to make sure that everybody is able to hear the presenters as they speak. So we look forward to learning with you, and go ahead, Northwest, take it away.
Liz, can you hear me?
Yes, James, we can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Okay, so we have with us today Mr. Buford T. Justice, who's the career advisor, and Miss Earlene Pearl, who is coming today. She's a dislocated worker going to training, and she's going to training right now, and she's coming to the office today for some supportive services.
Good morning, Ms. Earlene.
Hey guys, before you get started, this is Stephanie. Can you turn your cameras on so we can see you, or are you not turning your cameras on? We can't see anybody.
We're experiencing some technical difficulties here.
So we're having this pivot.
The only cameras
to
that
the
should be
phone.
on are the people who are presenting. Everyone else, please turn your cameras off. Thank you. Hi, Tim.
Howdy, howdy. How are you?
Doing great. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hi, I am unable to turn my camera on.
Turn it off. Come here.
Hello?
We can hear you, Rose.
Hello, Miss Earlene. How are you today?
Can't hear you, Rose.
Hello?
Can't hear you.
Okay, I can't seem to turn my camera on, but I'm gonna just keep going.
All right, Miss Earlene. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. What can we do for you?
Well, you told me when I first enrolled that I was able to get supportive services. I didn't need it in the past, and so I made this appointment to come and talk to you about it now because I really do need it now.
Okay. Well, we'll see what we can do. To be honest, we have to show a need for that because I mean, there's a whole lot of unnecessary and redundant paperwork that I have to do to please the state and my boss and things like that. So, I'm just not sure you qualify, but we'll try to figure this out.
You're not sure I qualify. I
No,
don't
ma'am.
understand. Can you explain that?
Well, sure I can. So I'm just going to be very blunt and upfront with you. I'll probably tell you things that nobody, even your closest friend, would ever tell you, but it's because I like you and I want you to succeed.
Right.
But believe me, it's for your own benefit. So I do have some questions. I mean, you're wearing a 5-carat diamond ring. Got this huge, albeit gaudy necklace and rings on every finger and 8 of your toes. So can you explain that?
I don't understand why would that be an issue when I am coming to you for supportive services.
Well, we have to show a need that you have to have that need.
Okay, first of all, the jewelry that I wore when I came in the office with you was jewelry. I'm sorry. Is somebody talking?
Go ahead, Miss Pearl.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mine's off.
We can't hear you, Miss Rose. Rose, are you muted?
Their camera's off.
Okay, The camera will not come on for some reason, so just bear with me on this one. Impromptu is always good. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you.
All right. The jury that you constantly talk about, and you shared something about that when I first came in, and a few times after when I came in for gas assistance. But the jury is costume that I wear every day. There's nothing that's written in any books or any place in anywhere that says that I can't beef myself up and look decent when I come out to appointments and to school or meetings. So I don't understand why that would be an issue now.
Okay, well, I mean, it's just one of the questions that I just needed to ask, just in case. I have to be petty when it comes to this stuff, so I was just checking things out. Another thing I noticed was your clothes. I mean, originally when you came into the office to apply for WIOA assistant, I mean, you kind of look like Shrek, and now you look like Beyonce and smell a little bit like Bath and Body Works. I thought personally that you were auditioning from a scene from The Walking Dead. So what's changed?
Wow. And you said that out loud, right? Go ahead.
So it just kind of explain to me what happened there.
Okay, have you ever heard of Beautiful Lives or Goodwill? Or,
I have heard of those.
Or Dress for Success?
I have heard of those. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, if you know those places and you're familiar with those places, you know that they have sometimes top of the line clothes, but they have them available for people that are trying to start their lives over again. And I've had issues where I can buy what I want. Let me explain something to you, Mr.
Mhm.
Justice. When I
Yes,
was
ma'am.
growing up, in my family, we had 3 sets of clothes. We had clothes that you wear during school, church, and whenever you go out to play. When you train to do that kind of stuff, it just becomes natural and it becomes like, a regular situation. So now you're going to tell me that because of those things and because of the way I was raised and how I can continue to be like that, that I have to just look like a rag doll if I want to, please you or other people in the community. I just don't see where that is fair to me and why you would even bring it up when that had nothing to do with why I was enrolled in the program. Now I see why people don't come into the offices and seek the help that they need because of questions like this and accusations like this. I just don't think that that's fair.
Right. And I do apologize if you took that the wrong way. I'm trying to kind of get a little background here and kind of understand your situation a little bit better, because I mean, you really do look nice. And one of the things that I always like to do is I like to get more involved with my client. One of the things that I noticed too.
Hey, Lori, am I showing up now? Because I see this man all up in this camera.
Okay, who's that?
You're not muted.
So anyway, I'm just trying to get some answers here, Miss Arlene. That's nothing more. I did know. I
kind of
notice.
figured that we covered all of those things when we first met for our interview, our initial interview, enrollment interview, but evidently not. Go ahead.
Yes, no, ma'am, we didn't, because I mean, you're coming back asking for supportive services. We do a lot of things than just enroll you in a training, program. And I need to figure out some things to assess your need. Let me ask you this, Miss Arlene. Just trying to get some answers, so just eat a Snickers, chill out. I did, however, do a little searching. And during my search, I noticed that you live in a gated community, got 5-bed, 3-bath home. Got a swimming pool in the back. So explain to me what's going on there.
Are you serious?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I guess I just have to tell you, like I told you before, I don't know. My husband cheated on me with the maid and she got pregnant. I wasn't going out like that. I won the house in a divorce settlement, and he was forced to pay the mortgage and send me a little check every month.
So you're
That's
living rent
why
free?
I'm in that house,
Okay, okay. So you're living rent free. Is that what you're saying?
living rent free, but I still have a few bills that I need to pay. And I still, a computer was involved in that situation. It was his computer, so he took it back. I'm going to school for IT, and I think that I will definitely need a computer to continue my classes. And so that's a part of the supported services that I am asking for.
Okay, well, we could,
I hope that answered your question.
well, if you qualify, we can certainly help you with that.
I understand,
So
yes, sir.
we have, so lastly, and probably the biggest thing for me is the fact that I saw you twice recently while I was getting gas. The first time you were in a Bentley convertible, and the next you were in a BMW. And I'm really unsure how you can go from roller skate shoes to expensive cars in that short amount of time.
And here we go with the judgment again. Okay, I guess I'll explain this to you. The first car that you saw me in was my husband's car. That was in the beginning of my training. The second car that you saw me in was a friend of mine. They call them sugar daddies. I don't think that it's a sugar daddy for what I do. I cook for this man and do different things like that. But the bottom line is the car that I'm driving when I go to school, I need a car to get to school every day. If I can't use that first car, then I ask friends for help, and they give me give me the help that I need. So he gave me a car that I can use until I'm finished school. He has 5 of them. Just because I don't run around befriending people that just don't have anything, it's just not like that. It's just so happened that I have friends that have things and they can share them with me. And so
Well,
that's why I was able to come in to get the gas in that second car. The first car was for my husband. The second car was for someone that y'all would call a sugar daddy.
okay, okay, okay. Well, maybe you do qualify for services. I'm not sure. I'll tell you what, let me get with my supervisor. That
Okay,
way he can help me
I
with
have
this.
I have one more question to ask you. When I first registered we were trying to determine my eligibility, I told you I had PTSD and a severe case of adult attention deficit disorder. You said, bingo, that's the qualification. So let's go for it. So I thought that that was my qualification, but now we're dwelling on all of these other things. And the help that I'm getting at school with the disabilities office and getting through the classes and all of the things that's going on with that, that's wonderful. But now it looks like the buck is stopping right here. And now we have to talk to your supervisor. I really do think that we need to talk to your supervisor. Man, I'm just always being judged by what's on the outside. It's so wonder people don't come in these offices and look for help, because either they get judged by not looking decent enough or looking too good like Beyonce. Did he say that out loud? Yeah, maybe we need to talk to your supervisor.
Let's be real, Miss Erling. Let's be real. Maybe you do qualify, but I need to get with my supervisor because, like I said, you come in looking like a tree rat and you look like Cinderella now in a very short amount of time. So let me get with my supervisor and I'll get back with you here soon. Okay?
Wow. Yeah, let's get with your supervisor.
That was a role play right there. There were a lot of questions and responses, and I really like to look in the comments and see some of your guys' opinions on that. We're gonna hit on the bias thing, but it looks to me like Bocephus was really biased and really judging her participant or his participant. There were some questions. Does the participant need to provide all this information to the career advisor? No. Are these appropriate questions for the career advisor to ask? No. Does this potential participant feel as if they have any dignity, self-worth, and support to be self-sufficient after all the assumptions and questions? The participant already said they had PTSD. And to be drilled like that and ask questions that were not relevant to what she was requesting, who is right, the career specialist or the participant? The participant was right. She should speak to the supervisor. A comment, the participant was right. That really hurt to watch. I hope no one is being treated like this. So, you guys, that was a very, very well played role play on what not to do. I have a PowerPoint that I want to share, and we are going to touch on this a little bit in this PowerPoint. Let's change this up. What is the purpose of supportive services? Supportive services provide participants of WIOA activities with key assistance beyond career and training services necessary to achieve success. Supportive services like assistance with transportation or childcare allow participants successfully engage with WIOA career and training activities, such as registered apprenticeship, classroom training. Supportive services that are necessary to enable an individual to successfully participate in activities authorized under WIOA. Now, the purpose of supportive services is so your participant can achieve success. Know your community and what is available. To provide supportive services, we must assure that those services are not available through other partners, programs, or organizations. Some of the best practices would be know a little about the eligibility and services of your partners. Know about the programs in your areas that provide housing assistance, child care assistance, transportation assistance, etc. Know how to assist them with applying for those other services. Know your participant. Inform them of supportive services that are available to them, whether it be through WIOA or other partners. Know the needs in your area so that you can develop a strong local supportive service policy. Document, document, document. Remember, if it is not documented, it never happened. And this is the slide that we're going to touch on with the role play that we just seen. So we already knew that the participant met eligibility criteria and needed assistance because she was a participant. So all of the questions that was asked to her was irrelevant, should have never been asked. But let's not be biased. Just because I drive a Mercedes or my hairstyle is expensive and I look like I just left the nail shop, or my outfit came from Nordstrom. Yeah, I had to Google that. I didn't know who that was. Or I'm carrying a Chanel handbag. Don't judge me. You don't know my past or how I have any of the items above. I may be divorced, widowed. I may have inherited any or all of it. Or I may simply get it secondhand, like Goodwill, dressed for success. This does not mean I can afford anything I am requesting your assistance with. Look at the documentation and what is presented in front of you. Don't look at what I'm wearing, driving, or what you may think you know about me. The document is in front of you. I'm low income. I need assistance. I can't afford this. Why are you worried about what I'm wearing or what rings I have on my fingers? I'm only asking for the same chance you gave the person that came in before me that was wearing pajamas, flip-flops, and driving a Volvo. We're the same people. We're both participants. Because I drive one thing and they drive the other does not mean that their services are more important than mine. We're going to go into a couple scenarios on supportive services. A nursing student completed training but can't afford the state exam testing fee or his NCLEX. He comes in the office to see you and explains his situation. Due to completing his school, he's no longer receiving Pell or his other scholarships to assist him, and now he can't afford to pay for his license. He needs $400 for his testing fees to get his license. What are we going to do? Remember, he must be participating in a career service. He's no longer in school and is no longer eligible for any services through them. He is not eligible for services in any other partner or organization. Maybe he didn't budget his money very well while he was in school. Does he have a savings account? Does he need support on how to effectively manage spending? Financial literacy is a career service. He is distraught and does not know what he is going to do and came to you for advice and ideas and possible assistance. Individual counseling is a career service. We would provide supportive services and pay his testing fees if it is in our local supportive service policy. Scenario 2, nowhere to go. A young woman, 23, comes in your office seeking housing assistance. She's been released from prison and has nowhere to go. All she has to her name is her ID, Social Security card, and her release papers from prison. There are no shelters in the area that accepts felons for her to be referred to. What do we do? Completing the WIOA out-of-school youth paperwork and determining eligibility is a career service. We would assist her with housing if it is in the local supportive service policy. If it is not in the local supportive service policy, I would suggest revisiting the local policy. Now, as you can see, neither one of these scenarios was in occupational skills training or work experience, but they were still eligible for supportive services because they received a career service. Are there any questions on anything that I just went over or the role play for Northwest?
Heather, we had a comment question from Ashley Ross. She says, was the concern when creating this training that we actually have employees speaking to people like this? I let her know that not necessarily, however, we all do have biases that we need to try to suppress when we're working with a variety of people. And Ms. Stephanie Blair wanted to point out that it's important to remember that supportive services must be, I can't talk today, equitable. We cannot be biased when providing supportive services. And I think that's the point that we were trying to get across and Southwest was trying to get across, Northwest, I'm sorry, with the role play, is that we all have biases and we just need to put those aside when we're working with these variety of people.
That is absolutely correct. So if there's no further questions or any comments or anything, Ms. Stephanie Blair is fixing to start presenting on USDOL and state requirements.
Good morning, WIOA family. How is everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing well. Heather Pipkins, awesome as usual. That was a great presentation, great information. You and Liz do an awesome job as always. And y'all made my job a little bit harder, so because that's pretty tough to come behind, but I'll do my best. Can we pull my presentation up on the screen? If you can, if I need to pull it up, just let me know and I'll do that.
Miss Stephanie, could you pull that up, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, let me go share. And I think I got it here. That's the right one. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen, everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. As Heather said, I am going to share best practices and I call them the 5 Ps, which we'll get into just a moment. But I'm going to be, my presentation is focused on both federal and state requirements. As you can see, I have on my first screen, on the screen, that the WIO Policy Manual 3.9. Heather and Liz, check me if I have it wrong there. But I want to say to the group here, that is your Bible when it comes to supportive services. What you want to read it, you want to become very familiar with it, you want to refer to it, because it will help you as you provide supportive services and develop your supportive service policy. Okay, 5 Ps of supportive services. And y'all remember these because I was when we were developing the training, I wanted to make sure that we had something that we could keep in mind, and myself as well. Even though my role and a lot of the people on the training today, our role is a little bit different from yours, but these are things that I keep in mind when I'm reviewing supportive services, whether it's a policy or actually the providing supportive service. So the 5 Ps are, here we go: policy, procedure, purpose, practice, and last but certainly not least, that participant. So let's talk about policy. As you know, you are required to have written policies for supportive services. Written policies for supportive services. So some of the things to keep in mind when you are developing that policy actually will set the rules for your organization to follow, as whether it's management, definitely career advisors, but that policy is going to set the tone, and it sets the guidelines and lets everyone know, whether it's the state, whether it's the Department of Labor, who does monitor local areas, as well as the state, and the Office of Inspector General, who comes out and monitors us all, but never a good thing when you see them. But they all will look at your supportive service policy. So that policy sets out what employees have to follow to achieve specific goals or compliance. It will answer the question in the supportive service policy, and also we'll talk about a little bit about this later. Answer the question: who, what, why, when, and how. Your supportive services should include all of that in there. There should never be any guesses, any guesswork involved in it. Everybody will know that. Okay, something keeps popping up here on the screen. Okay, here we go. Describe in your one good practice to have is to make sure that your policy describe the law, the requirements, and specific areas, and you cite those laws, whether they're federal, state, and definitely your own local policies when you're in your policy, or should be described in your policies. Your policy should also include limits, such as caps on certain types of supportive services that you are providing. Procedures. So we have the policy. So here's the procedure. What's the difference between a policy and a procedure? A procedure tells how. Policy says what, tells what you're going to do, explain, cite the law and the requirements. But your procedures tells how you're going to do it. They should be clearly explained and detailed on how you're going to implement your supportive service policy. And frontline staff needs this because it tells employees how they deal with certain situations. And they should include a link if you have certain forms that you have to fill out for supportive service. It's a good practice to have those links in there as well. A little bit more on procedures. Oh no, that's a duplicate side. Sorry about that. Okay. So why do local boards need a policy and procedure? Those policies and procedures will establish boundaries, provide guidelines, and also it'll have your best practice in there so you can share with all of us on what you do. Another reason to have boards have to have policies and procedures, of course, is required by law, but it sets clear expectations and standards. and it allows your employees and your organization to stay consistent. It's hard to follow something that's not written down and nobody knows what to do, or everybody's doing something different. It reduces the risk of disallowed costs. So let me hang out there for just a minute. Remember, when you're providing certain types of supportive services, especially payments for rent, payments for transportation, those are cash payments. If they are applied incorrectly, the possibility will probably be, or more than likely, you're going to incur some disallowed costs. And I've talked to enough directors, they don't like to see those things happen. So frontline staff, people who are developing policy, just know the points that we're sharing here, if you take them, it's going to reduce that risk or eliminate it altogether. So the other last bullet point here is to improve employee performance and satisfaction. It's a playbook for staff to follow. Sometimes I've talked to staff, and sometimes I've had staff tell me over the years, I'm not sure what I need to be doing. So make sure your staff knows what the policy is and what it says. Okay, let's see. I'm having a hard time with my PowerPoints loading up here. So let's see here. Okay, here we go. On effective supportive service policy and procedures will be compliant with rules and regulations. It'll be clear, precise, easy to understand, and it won't be ambiguous. It'll be complete. It should address the process, flow, appropriate level of detail, and does not leave out major unanswered questions. Current. Make sure your policies are current. So you should review them regularly. I'll say review them probably every 6 months. You want to train your staff on your policies, because I know sometimes you get new staff in, and I'm sure there are a lot of new people on the line today. If they hadn't been trained on your local supportive service policy, it would be a good practice to train them on it so they'll know what to do and when to do it. And you can modify it. It's not written. I mean, it's a good thing. It's great that you have a policy, but modify it if you need to and update it. I suggest modifying it. You want to look at it at least annually to make sure it needs to be, to see if there need to be any if there need to be any modifications or updates. Okay, so we're down to our other P, which is purpose. The purpose of a supportive service policy is to enable your participant, to assist the participant. It empowers your participant, and it helps expand their capacity to succeed. And it's an encouragement. And I know a lot of you all know this. When they find out that you can assist with certain things, boy, does that take a weight off of their shoulders. And it helps them to go ahead and focus on their training and become self-sufficient. So the purpose of it, it enables your participant, it is to assist your participant, it empowers them, expands them, and encourages them. Now, that scenario we saw today, I don't think that it did very much of this, if any of it. Okay, practice. Practice may sound odd to you. What I mean by practice is every frontline staff person, every manager, every director should know exactly what's in your supportive service policy. You want to know what's in it so that you can do it. Make sure you do what you said you do in your policy. So if you say that we're going to provide transportation and we're going to pay X amount of dollars per week, make sure you're following that and that everybody knows it and everybody does what they say, what the policy says. It should be updated. I know we talked about this a little bit earlier, but updated when it's appropriate. Sometimes I've seen supportive service policy that's been the same for 10 years. That's not good. So make sure you update it as appropriate. And it should be updated pretty regularly. And train your staff on your policy. Each time your policy is updated or something new, you want to train your staff on it. Okay, my last P, like I said, last but certainly not least, is the participant. Okay, and I'm having this screen is very small and it's right here, so I'll do my best here. I hope you guys can see it. But let's talk about one of the big pieces, eligible. If the participant participating is the participant participating in the activity authorized as a WIOA Title I career training service. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time reading what I type because it's so small. Is the participant participating in an activity authorized as a WIOA Title I career training service? If the answer is yes, they are, if they're in that, then they can receive supportive services. Just remember, I think I have on there, a supportive service is one of the 14 elements for use. So as you all know, are services available through other programs? This is something you want to think about because it has to be included in your policy. Is it available through other programs and partners? Remember that your supportive service policy must include a referral procedure on how services will be funded when not available from other sources. So let's talk about that just for a minute. Don't send your client to 15 places trying to get something. Don't tell them, say, okay, I can only provide it for you if you can't get it from somewhere else. So I need you to go to this place, and this place, and bring me something back written saying it's not. Do you have to do all that? No, because I can tell you this, if you require them to do that, more than likely you won't see them anymore. They can contact a simple, I contacted this individual, I contacted this organization, I've tried this organization, it's not available there. Is sufficient. But remember, as Ms. Pipkin said in her presentation, you must document that happen. It must be documented somewhere in that participant information, preferably in case notes that occurred. The next point I want to make is the supportive service necessary? So she talked about this very well and put that down. They have to need our service. They have to say, this is something I need to be able to get to my training, get to my activity. This is what I need. So what does that look like when we talk about, is it necessary? No, I don't need to know you have 25 kids. No, you don't have to give me a blood sample. Just if they come to you with the need, and if you can take care of it or a partner can take care of it, that's what you do. Okay. Engaged. Make sure that participant is engaged in what's going on. They understand what's going on. And I think I have in my notes on here, right here, I wanted to say, is that you have to make sure that they're aware of supportive services. It's not a secret. They need to know about it. In fact, that's required, that they know that supportive services are available. It sounds like in the scenario, the participant, they knew that supportive services were available in the local area. They just was having a hard time getting it. Another thing too here to remember is equity. Make sure that you're applying supportive service equitably across all your funding streams. So you don't want it to look like I can give it to this participant, but I don't like him or her. I'm not going to give it to her. I'm not going to even let her know about it, even though she said she needed it. So make sure that you're providing supportive services in an equity or equitable manner. That's the provisions of WIOA. Okay, I got entitlement here. So I'll say this, I should say that supportive services is not an entitlement. Just because you're in the program doesn't mean that you get supportive services. So you have to have a need that you express, and that need has to be documented, that there is a need. So it's not an entitlement where they're entitled to get it, but they have to demonstrate that there is a need. All right. Any questions?
Miss Stephanie, we have one question here.
Okay.
Actually, we have two now. So the first question is, when you say WIOA activity, does that mean only work experience, OST, OJT, apprenticeship, etc.? Or does that include all career services, basic and individual?
I believe the law says career and training services. Is that right, you guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Career and training services.
The second question is, so verbal communication indicating that the participant cannot find supportive services at another organization is sufficient as long as it is documented?
Okay, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Verbal communication indicating that the participant cannot find supportive services at another organization is sufficient as long as we document it.
Exactly, and as long as your policy says that. If your policy says if they have to do that, but that's another tip on policies. You must follow your own policies. But what we look for is just the written documentation that they weren't able to get it from somewhere else. Right, team? I think the monitoring team is on here, and Dr. Griffith and Tom, right? We just look for evidence that it was not available.
Agreed. I agree. One of the things I'd like to add here is know your area. That's important. Make relationships with people in your area who do provide these services. One of my soapboxes, for example, is the community block grants. CADC is not in many of the one-stops, even though they're required partner. They give out a lot of food and things like that. So know what's in your area. That is super important for you to have these relationships, to know them, and to have that documentation. That's the last part of your application that says that you may discuss your participants' business with other entities that can help them. You need to know, and like Stephanie said, not just sending them everywhere. And I'm on my soapbox, okay, but not just sending them everywhere, but knowing who they can do and picking up the phone even and calling and say, hey, Veronica, I'm going to send so-and-so to you. You got, what's your availability to help with food this month or whatever? I think that's important. You're so super important when it comes to helping them. That's my soapbox.
It's okay, Dr. Griffin. We love your soapboxes.
Thank
So
you, Ms.
those
Stephanie, for your presentation. That was awesome and great information. We're going to go ahead and move on to Dr. Claudia and Mr. Tom. If they could both put on their cameras.
I'm not incognito today. We have a few random COVID cases here around the building recently, so.
Great, thank you, Tom.
Stephanie, if you could stop sharing your presentation, please, ma'am.
That was such a good presentation, Stephanie. Are you going to share?
Okay, I'm trying to stop sharing here.
No, I mean, are you going to share with people to send that out? Great.
I am. Have I stopped sharing? Because
yes, ma'am, you're great.
Okay. Yes, I will provide that information to Heather and Liz, and thank you for making me get off the screen, Heather.
Okay, awesome. So Dr. Claudia and Mr. Tom, we have a bunch of questions for you both. So I hope you're ready to use your brains this morning. These are the questions that were sent in by the local areas and completely anonymous. And we're just going to start with Dr. Claudia. I'm going to randomly ask both of you questions at different times, okay? So Dr. Claudia, how do you go about knowing that they cannot receive the service from somewhere else, or that they have even attempted to get assistance through another program? And this question was asked because sometimes not all the partners communicate very well.
Okay. And I will piggyback on what Stephanie said a while ago. She said a lot of it. and then I did in my soapbox, that you need to know your other services that are available, to be able to talk with them and let them know that, if you need to, show them where you are allowed to talk with them. Know who supplies what services people give. That's extremely important. I talked in the directors meeting about having a book and putting together a book that said which entities can give what particular types of services if you qualify, and how, But as Stephanie said, you got to trust your participants at some point, and that they tried to get it, but this is what they told them. That's important, having these relationships. I think that's the biggest thing there, is just talking with them. If we're talking about school, let's switch skips a little bit. You want to know, you can't go over the cost of attendance, or you have to show that services are not available somewhere else. Know very well the business, the business office and the dean of student services at all of your colleges. Be able to go and talk with them. They will tell you, here's what's coming through, and they have to, by law, they have to keep up with all of the funds that come through them, not the ones that are given directly to the students, but the ones that come through them. So you ask them, okay, where are we on this? Is someone else paying? Such. If your participant has children and they're going to a 2-year college in Arkansas, talk with the career pathways people. Coordinate your services there. I think that's extremely important, that you coordinate services with other people who also give these same services.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. And I just want to piggyback off of what you were stating. If your partners aren't communicating well, you know what? Bug them until they give you an answer, right? Just keep calling, or just go up there, whatever you need to do.
Taking them to lunch helps, we have found out. Bringing in lunch to their meeting and saying, okay, I want to meet with you. Let's kind of work some things out. I'll bring lunch. I think that's important, as long as your policies allow it, Tom. If you can use private funds for that if you need to.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. Mr. Tom, this next question's for you, and I would appreciate it if you didn't cheat and use a calculator. I want it right off the top of your head, okay? What is the maximum amount we can offer a client for transportation per week? For example, if they are traveling 100 miles a week for training and their travel payment comes out to $200 for that week, is there a cutoff amount per week that they can get instead of the full 200?
Well, first of all, there's not a maximum. The local workforce development board can establish limits on the maximum funding or the length of time the participant can receive the supportive services. And it must be necessary, as everybody's pointed out, that for the individual to participate in the career services or training. In that example, I had one myself that I had that kind of went along with that, and I'm going to use it instead of that one. For example, the participant traveled 5 days a week at 40 miles a day for 200 miles, and you were paying them 58.5 cents a mile. So that would be a payment of $117 a week. But at 20 miles a gallon, it would take about 10 gallons to do those 200 miles. And using the current price of gas right now, an average maybe about $4.30, that would be $43 for gas. So you paid them 117, it only required 43. So the thing about it being necessary and reasonable, if you can't really just say that you're going to pay them that amount and they can use the rest for some other supportive service. Each supportive service, the need has to be documented, not just that. So although there's not a maximum and the board can establish those, there still needs to be a reasonable amount that you're paying them, because you have other things in your policies that cover things like vehicle maintenance, tires, and things like that. And some have auto insurance, different things like that in their policies. So you want to make sure that you're not overpaying someone, and of course the board establishes the limit, but make sure they're reasonable limits.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. So what I hear you saying is the key word is reasonable.
It's reasonable for what you're paying for, and like I said, establishing the need, the participant needs that supportive service to be able to participate.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The next question is also for you, Mr. Tom. Why can we not purchase vehicles?
Well, because it wouldn't be reasonable or necessary to purchase a vehicle, first of all. But you could assist with some car payments along the way for a participant if they had a need and you had it included in your policy. Like Stephanie emphasized, that's the key thing. It needs to be in your policy that you're going to make those payments. And so we don't need to be paying for cars that are too expensive or too big of monthly payments or things like that. But there's nothing that says you can't assist a participant with car payments if you have it in your policy. But that's the key thing. Having it in your policy, having the limits established, and how you're going to document the need for it. So you can't outright purchase a car, but you can assist with it if you do it properly.
Thank you. Miss Stephanie, you have your hand raised. Would you like to say something?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to follow up with Mr. Pittman. Now, just say in the instance, and we know paying for cars is allowable under WIOA. Should you pay for a year or two?
Well, that's going to be up to the board the board establishes the maximum limits, and they have to show the need for the entire time. And also you have to think about how many participants you're serving, and not, you want to be able to spread the benefits around to all the participants and not make it kind of equitable like you mentioned earlier.
But you wouldn't advise paying off somebody's car, right?
Not paying off the car, assisting with car payments, I think would be a reasonable expense. And, I know some areas do that. They have it in their policy. It's probably been something that's been added recently, but there's nothing that says they can't do it. They can't purchase a vehicle outright or pay one off, but you can assist them in making the payments because they've already committed to this. And like I said, we don't want to be buying luxury vehicles or something that costs $50,000 or $60,000, but a reasonable transportation would be allowable if it's documented properly.
And there should probably be a cap on it, on a limit as well. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Well, there's not a maximum limit, but the board should think about all that when they're making the policy. This is something that, like you were mentioning on the importance of the policy and how often it should be reviewed, just like the ones that have, different ways of paying for transportation for fuel, right now, those may go up a little bit because of gas prices. So you have to look at adjustments like that.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
I'll say this. So even with policies, and Tom has done this too, I'll say this, and the monitoring team, if there are things on, in your policy, just be prepared to answer questions about them. And if asked, and that's by any reviewer. So I just wanted to make sure that that I commented there. Just say, if a policy, sometimes policies can be a little unreasonable, but we try to get the whole story to make sure we're looking at the entire picture. So thanks, Tom. I'm sorry for asking so many questions on.
Oh, that's all right. I want to throw one more thing in there, kind of a plug, and I don't think they'll mind, but I think I'm going to brag on Northwest a little bit. I think their transportation policy is the most reasonable and best way of calculating it. They actually use the current price of gas, the mileage, and several different things. And their policy and procedure both came up with reasonable payments and was well documented. So I would think it's the best one I've seen on any of the local areas. So if anybody wants to look at how Northwest does it, I kind of wanted to brag on them a little bit.
Yep. So they updated their policies because the situation changed.
Yeah, I'm not sure when they actually updated, I think before the gas prices even went up, but they actually use the cost of gas currently when they do it.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Charles. Please mute yourself, if you're not asking questions or answering questions. Dr. Claudia, our next question is for you. Can we provide supportive services to clients that are attending a college that is not on the eligible training provider list?
Liz, would it be okay if I hold that just a moment and answer Martha Boyer's question before it rolls up? Would that be okay?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay. Now, if a participant is enrolled in institutional training and the maximum amount of training is $8,000 a year for books, tuition, fees, the supportive services come out of training dollars. The law, the regs, and the Tegels all say that books and fees are supportive services. So I don't know what you mean by coming out of training dollars. Tom May can help me with it there. I'm told that when you list things, and there's a report, and I don't know the name of it, but y'all probably do, where you list what supportive services you paid and what training dollars you paid. But all I do know is this is what the law, when it lists what the supportive services are, it lists books and fees and other things necessary to attend college. I realize that they are part of the cost of attendance. We are struggling, I'll let you know, we're struggling with some of that ourselves. And DOL is too. I probably shouldn't have that recorded, but I have the emails to back that up. So just know that, and what pot it comes out of is supported, books and fees are supportive services. Okay, but going back, and I'm glad some of you asked some of these questions because it gives me a chance to tell you where in our state supportive services policy you can find this. Now, if you will look at the supportive service policy 6.9, it says supportive services are designed to provide a participant with the resources necessary to enable an individual to participate in WIOA Title 1B adult dislocated worker or youth services. The services need not be provided with WIOA funds, but the program provider must be allowed to provide such activities by federal and state law, regulations, policies, and guidance. And in the policy, there's a whole long list of where you find this in the law and the regs and the Tegels. So if you cannot put a person into that particular training legally, then you cannot legally provide services for them while they are in that training. You don't have to be providing the funding for it, but if you cannot legally do it, then you can't provide supportive services to do it. So if you could not legally send someone to the Griffin School of Welding because I'm not on the eligible training provider list, you can't provide someone supportive services to go to my class. Part of that is, are we still on the question that then who is eligible to receive supportive services, or is that a different question?
That's a different question. If you would like to go into that, that's okay. Okay.
It was kind of on the same line when I saw it, but that is on pages 2 through 4 of your supportive services policy. Basically, the 3 main requirements for adults and dislocated workers is participating in an activity authorized as a Title 1B adult or dislocated worker program except for follow-up, or a training service. So that's what Stephanie said a while ago, a career except for follow-up, or a training service. Supportive services must be necessary to enable the participant to participate in the activity or training service. And the participant is unable to obtain the needed supportive services through another program providing such service. So those are the 3 things that have to happen. For youth, it is participating in one of the 14 program elements, and follow-up services is one of those program elements, number 9. The supporting services must be necessary to enable the participant to participate in the activity or training service. The participant is unable to obtain the needed supportive services through another program providing such services. Then it does talk about need-related payments later on, which of course is a supportive services. So bottom line on this question, I've told you a lot of things, but bottom line on this question, you cannot if it is there's all sorts of training, but if it is occupational skills training, which must be provided, which must also be provided by with an eligible training provider. And if it is that type of training and it doesn't fit that entirely, then no, you can't provide supportive services to go to that. Did I make that clear?
Claudia,
Mm-hmm.
there's a question that it says, I thought someone only needed to be in career services, not occupational skills training, to be able to receive supportive services.
Okay. If you'll look at pages 2 through 4 of the policy, let's talk about an adult or dislocated worker. You must be career or training services. Okay, so either one. Now let's say you're in a career service, which is work experience, and you need gasoline to get to work. That is a supportive services that's allowed. But let's say that you're working on your own. You know, you've got a job on your own. It has nothing to do with WIOA, and you want supportive services to go back and forth to work. It's not a WIOA activity. You cannot pay supportive services to do it. Does that make sense?
So you're saying that supportive services can still be provided if the provider is not on ETPL, as long as it's not training related, like fees or something like that for the school. We can still assist with rent. We just can't assist with the books and the supplies needed for them to be in school.
I'm saying that it depends on what you're doing. There are lots of different kinds of training services. Occupational skills training is not the only one. But whatever WIOA activity, it must be an activity that you are allowed to provide them under WIOA. You don't have to be paying for it, but you must be allowed to pay for it. Then you may pay supportive services to enable them to do that particular activity. Okay, let's say that you're giving a youth training training's a bad word there, but you're giving a youth financial literacy workshop. Okay, you could pay for their transportation to get to the activity workshop. You wouldn't pay for them to go down and buy new clothes to go to the activity workshop. And, unless they had no clothes at all, basically, because there's no dress code for the activity, for the literacy activity. You've got to pay them supportive services to support them to do something that you're allowed to do under WIOA. Does that make sense? Am I clear?
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. This next question is, we're going to skip down to number 9, Tom, because we had a question in the chat, and it says, since students are having to use Pell and other scholarships for tuition and fees, and are struggling with buying groceries, is that something WIOA could assist with if they are not eligible for SNAP? Number 9 says, what are the limitations on meals for youth? Are we allowed to provide grocery assistance to the house?
Well, I'm going to answer the last part of that first. Just the question sort of answers itself. When you say assistance for the house, the answer would be no. And the only exception that, I'm just going to read out of the DOL regulations on that. It says, generally grant funds from the Employment and Training Administration cannot be used to provide food assistance to individual in the grantee's community. On a limited basis and in certain situations, food at a reasonable cost may be provided to youth serving program participants as a supportive service. So basically it wasn't even considered allowable at all for WIOA until 2 years ago when they came out with the COVID-19, some exceptions and for DOL, and limited assistance for youth was one of those. And they haven't been very clear on exactly what limited assistance is and what they mean. But it's not allowable for adults and dislocated workers at all. For youth, it's limited, and I would think the intent would be to provide, like if a youth is in an all-day training things and they don't have money for lunch, and providing food for youth like that in those exceptions. And like I said, this isn't defined, but the DOL national office did verify that this exception for COVID-19 didn't expire when the emergency ended. It's still in place, even though you can't find it anywhere else in the regulations other than the COVID-19. So if you're providing food for a house, you would be providing it for other people as well, and it can only be for the participants. So if you're buying the participant lunch on days when they're in training on limited exceptions like that, then that, according to DOL, that is allowable, but only for youth participants and only in limited circumstances.
So Tom, what I'm hearing you say is, even if someone is not eligible for SNAP, we cannot pay unless it's in a limited to
It's for, yeah, right. It's for youth only and in very limited circumstances. And like I said, they don't define limited, because we're struggling with that on some other areas on what the interpretation of limited is and what can be paid for. I think DOL is, they're allowing things that they didn't allow before for youth, but just exactly what that is not really clear.
Thank you, Tom. And I want to point out something that Rose Sparrow stated, that food pantries are now allowing anyone to sign up for weekly food assistance. Career advisors, career specialists just need to call the pantry and ask if that service is available. Miss Stephanie, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I do. So, Mr. Tom Pittman, for those who you don't know his fame, he is our financial guru and fiscal monitor. So I wanted him to make something clear too. So when for youth, they can provide food on a limited basis. However, if you are reviewing something, and some of y'all gonna laugh when I say this, but I'm gonna say it. If you do see that, if you see lunch being provided, we provided this participant lunch, but that lunch was a $50 steak dinner, how would you view that?
That would be under the necessary and reasonable part of it, mostly the reasonable part. So they can provide them like a lunch for training and things like that, but not, the same reason they can't buy groceries for the house, because it's for more people than just the participant. But buying lunch for, a reasonable lunch should be allowable. And of course, you kind of emphasized this earlier. If it's not in your policy, you can't do it at all. So you have to put that in your policy that you can provide lunches to youth or whatever, or whatever you're going to provide as far as food for youth, and document what you're doing and how you're going to do it in your policy.
So the key here for the meals, the lunch for a youth would be reasonable,
Yes.
Reasonable
And limited.
So, and limited. So
I think they're talking about the duration not being a long duration, a limited duration. I think that was in that email you sent this morning, Claudia, that had something about the limited duration in it. And I think that's the key that they're going on. I don't think they really even like doing it. They did it because of COVID-19, and now they're going to keep it as a policy. So we'll just have to figure out the best interpretation of it.
Thank you, Mr. Tom, and thank you, Miss Stephanie. Dr. Claudia, can you please provide some examples and explain follow-up supportive services?
I'm sorry. Yes. I will give you there's a long list of them on page 2 of the supportive services policy, as well as in the law and the regs and the TEGLs that's in there. So I won't take up your time reading it. Can I just refer you to that, or do I need to take up your time reading the policy to you?
I think a referral is great, and we will put that in the chat.
Okay.
Mr. Tom, what is available for supportive services that might not be typically normal? For instance, everyone knows that we can offer gas and childcare and rent, but do you have a few examples on what might not be typically normal to some of the areas?
Well, there's a few that some areas have that are still not normal to most areas. And that's like insurance for automobile insurance, house insurance on a house that you're paying a mortgage for, and cell phone bills. Now those are ones I've seen in local areas that aren't normal. There were some others that I saw in some other policies that from other states that are not normal that I haven't seen in Arkansas, but are sort of reasonable. One of them was like haircuts. I haven't seen that in the policy, but that would make sense along with professional attire for work or an interview. A haircut. Now we might draw the line at tattoo removal or something like that, but I think a haircut would, that's something from another state's policy. Professional memberships. If someone gets training and a professional membership in an organization might make them more employable. And like I said, these are all from other states' policies that I've seen that you said that things that weren't normal. And one other one that would have to be very, very well documented before you spent much money on it was out-of-state job search and relocation. Now that was from another state's policy, but I think that would be something you'd really have to know that there was a pretty certain chance that they were going to get a job before you paid anything like that in a policy. But that is an approved policy from another state. So I just came up with a few examples of some, if anybody's got any questions about something, whether they think it's allowable or really necessary and reasonable, because there are no limits on the supportive services. You just have to be able to justify it. So if there are any specific questions someone wants to ask about.
I would also like to point out North Central, we've worked with you as well to create in our policy about paying court fines, not the entire fine, but a percentage of it in order to help that person possibly get their driver's license back so that they can get to a WIO activity.
Yeah, no, that's a good example, and that made sense. You weren't paying off the participant's fine, but you were showing the judge that participant needed that to be employable, where they could pay off the rest of the fine themselves.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just like you were taking up and paying all their fines for them. You were starting the process, and that was a very reasonable thing to do to get the judge to work with them.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Miss Stephanie.
I just think I can read Tom's mind here. So the haircut, it has to be to help them participate in a WIO activity that's necessary. Has to be reasonable. So what that would look like for me as a reviewer, I would say, and this from Tom, why did you give this person a haircut? Well, they just wanted one because, they wanted to keep up with the latest style. Is that a WIO activity? A reason to give someone a haircut? Well, no. So to me, I would look for something along the lines that said, okay, they're starting work experience. They need a haircut. They need to be well groomed. They are, so they're going on an interview for a job and they need a haircut. And it needs to be reasonable. So just wanted to add that. Tom, did I read your mind?
Yeah, that's describes it perfectly. It's like you have to have a reason for doing it, like a job interview or starting work experience. It needs to be a reasonable cost, and it needs to be in your policy. And and that's the thing about policies. It also has to include the procedures for doing it. What justification are you going to use, and how are you going to pay for it?
And just to piggyback off what Miss Stephanie was saying too, highlights, that's probably not reasonable. Coloring your hair, not reasonable, but getting a haircut to be able to be presentable for the WIOA activity is reasonable. We do have a question in the chat, and I'm going to leave this open to either one of you. If rental assistance has been approved by your board and you have someone in training to receive a bachelor's, can you pay rent for the 2-year period, or should there be a limit?
My first question is, what does your local policy say? And I will go on to say your local policy is, it's your thing to go by. That we have our policies, and your policies must be within those, of course, and the law and the regs and such. And I'm going to volunteer Tom and Stephanie's crew for something, because I know their hearts. And if you're having trouble putting together your policy, or you're not sure if something is right, I think they'd be willing to work with you on that. And then, what does your local policy say?
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. This is a question for both of you as well. We'll kind of start with you, Tom. Do you have a tip sheet that your area uses to show allowable / non-allowable services? And I know this is kind of specific to other areas, but is there a tip sheet at the state level that shows allowable or non-allowable services?
I'm going to leave that to Claudia. I think when we kind of looked at these questions together, Claudia had a short but sweet response that I think was fine. I couldn't find anything to add to it, so I'm gonna let Claudia give it.
Okay, my short, sweet answer is your local policy, your local supportive services policy. That is your tip sheet. And again, if you need some help developing that, or being sure that it's within, if it has been monitored and been passed, it's probably within. But if it hasn't been monitored, or if you're thinking about changing it, these two people, these are great. If you look at our supportive services policy, but then Tom and Stephanie are both great resources to look at if you like for them to.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. I'm gonna go ahead and ask you a question again, Dr. Griffin. Okay. I think that we've already covered this question, but if you don't care, just to briefly explain it again. How do we determine the need to refer someone for supportive services? Okay.
This is talk with the participants, get to know them, see what their needs are, know what the requirements are for common, for common things. Like talk with the people who are providing the services. If it's a school, talk and see what's needed there. The question was about internet. Do they need this there? So just form relationships and talk with people. And if the person, trust your participants too, but also know what's available in your community. Those are the best ways right there.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. And our last question is going to go to Tom. Are we allowed to purchase caps and gowns as a supportive service for seniors that are graduating?
We've kind of looked at that, and graduation is kind of it's really tied to the training, and it's the culmination of the training, and it's considered a WIOA activity that would be allowable as a supportive service. But just like everything else, put it in your policy that you can pay for that. I know we looked back at some monitoring reports before that had a cap and gown purchase in it, and there were disallowed costs, but it was because it wasn't in their policy and because they didn't have a receipt for it. Especially if the participant pays for it themselves and you're going to reimburse them, they need to provide you with the actual receipt and documentation that they paid for it. not just you giving them money because they said they needed that much money for a cap and gown. So making sure it's in your policy and having documentation of that is what you would need for it to be allowable.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Dr. Griffin. This was a wealth of information, and it's awesome to be able to get our questions answered directly from the state. Do you both have any last responses?
I think my last one is just what I learned when I first started JTPA a long time ago is sit down in your one stop with the other people, get to know them, get to know what they provide and what they do. For example, I used to always, whenever I thought one of my participants might have some kind of disability that vocational rehab would like to co-enroll with, I would sit down with Freddie Smith and say, okay, here's this person. Do you want to talk to them? And then once we discovered that they could co-enroll, then, okay, I'll pay for this and you pay for that. And that is that's one of the biggest things you can do to know how to do stuff and what to do. Also, just back up, your local policy is really important. And also it's important to read the policy manual when you have questions. That's important too.
Tom, do you have any last thoughts for us?
I've got a couple I think Stephanie covered the policy so well, I don't really need to go into that, but the policy needs to show the types of supportive service and the method of service delivery. That's what's required in the law, along with the determining the eligibility for it. So you don't need to have something in your policy that says other supportive services as necessary. That's not an allowable expense. You need to detail it in your policy. If you need to something you may not use that much, it still needs to be in your policy. You can't put a method of service delivery for other supportive services because you don't even know what you're delivering. So it needs to be in the policy and documented. And don't use Pell payment of tuition and fees as a justification for supportive services. It has nothing to do with it. That's a separate, Pell may cover tuition and fees, but you still have to document the need of each individual supportive service. So just because they have that doesn't mean that you automatically can pay the amount that Pell was paying for tuition and fees. You have to document the need for each service, and it has to be in your policy. And like Dr. Griffin said, look at the state issuance on that in the policy manual and along with the law. And if you have questions, ask ahead of time before you make a payment if you're not sure about it.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Dr. Griffin. We really appreciate you both being on here today with us. We do have a little bit of time for one area to share a best practice. Is there anyone on that would like to share one of their best practices about supportive services? How about I go ahead and just call somebody out, and that's always fun, and I can get an evil email later. But I'm going to go ahead and call my friend out, James Morgan. James, I know you're on here. Would you like to share one of your best practices on supportive services?
I think just to pony up with everything else is the key word is my mom would always tell me back in the day, it doesn't matter if what everybody else is doing, you got to listen to me because I'm the one that pays the bills. Same thing with this. If you look at the state, you got federal, you got state, and then you got local. And staff need to be aware of their policies. And it's really good to train your staff and to talk to them about scenarios when you find a mistake or you find an error, to really go over it till they're well versed so they can make a proper decision. And that goes a long way to help staff keep themselves universal as far as helping everybody in the same way, and to just, be clear and be transparent. If you have the documentation, make sure you put it where you need to put it as soon as possible. Don't hold on to it thinking you'll do it later in the day or next week. Do it right then, because you'll be amazed at how papers get clouded up or receipts disappear or everything else. Just make sure you keep your desk in order and get it squared away.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Appreciate you, my friend. Thanks for stepping up. Well, everybody, that is the end of the training. We hope that you have learned a lot. I know I have today. I do have some good news. We have been given the go-ahead to create a YouTube channel to put all of these recordings on. So as soon as I get those uploaded, we will send out an email to everyone so that you can go back and look at the recordings. Also, don't forget that on Eastern's website as well as DWS's website, the PowerPoints will be on there probably by the end of today, if not by the end of the week. So we hope you enjoyed this. Thank you for joining us. We will be switching to doing these quarterly instead of monthly. And so we will follow up in an email as well on that front too. Thank you all, and we hope everybody has a great day.
Thanks, Liz, Heather, and everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you all.